very dark, this screen tonight. I don't know why. Joys of Facebook. Just adjust that. So that's my monitor up there. Oh, morning. Just as you were asking, I was loading up. Obviously we're on slightly worse resolution tonight, so my bald spot doesn't look quite as shiny. Yep, all the lights are on. For some reason it's really dark. So I put this white bit of paper here just so that, because I did a test one earlier, because you can do, hello Rodrigo, you can do test feeds, and when I did the test feed it was really dark. So that's the one I've just done as a practice. So I've got two to do, so what I thought I'd do is I thought I'd show you on this one and have that one already done, so I haven't got to bore you with two. See, it's like almost like a Blue Peter type thing, like here's the one I've done earlier, here's the other one. I think I'd notice if I hadn't turned the light on. Anyway, so tonight is a faith book only, because I'm a bit of a egotistical sod, and my numbers have dropped to only 35,000 views this month, so I thought I'd better just pop on and say hello. It was up to something daft like 64,000 views for a month, and I don't do it for anything other than just my own amusement and company. I must admit I've got a slight buzz from that sort of numbers. So tonight we are doing a pair of DBXs, or what more commonly known as a pair of So there's the one I've started. Now I did a little bit of homework and I started prepping everything last night, and it took me 3 or 4 goes to just do a normal hex pattern on my cutter, and then these are the headlight templates I use. Hi Tim. And it was tearing up more than I was like, I haven't got much of this low tape paper left. I was just like, it was just tearing in front of my eyes, and it was literally like half an hour's worth of work, and it was just ruining it. So I took it all out and had a good look at it and gave it a clean, and tried to give it a degrease to see if that's what was causing it to grip. Turns out the blade's blunt. So 14 quid later on Amazon, and I got a new blade coming. It's scary though. I ordered it at 7:30 this morning. I could have had it for 8:30 tonight with like same day delivery. That's just scary. So I left it, so it's coming tomorrow, because I've only got a limited amount of sheets left. So I use vinyl sheets like this. And these will give you all the pretty patterns. So I've got one of just hexes, I've got another one of elongated hexes, which I got left out and got a box on top of it, but they're still good. That's obviously self-explanatory. That's about it at the moment. I'm sort of depleted, because the place I buy my stuff from have been shut the entire lockdown. I haven't got any stock, so I've got literally the sheets I've got. So I've got 4 sheets left now, so I'm trying to be super careful with it. It looks a little bit different to how normal because obviously on Twitch everything's a bit brighter and well, there's orange, there's red. Actually, no, that's solid orange. That's neon orange. That's neon red. Not too just not. If I'm later on and I'm spraying and you're going, well, they don't look very different. Then well, they are, but they just don't look very different on camera. You can't really adjust the camera on this Facebook. You can on the other on the other streaming service. So I'm not here to bash Facebook. I know my bread and butter is here, so I come back to say hello every so often. So hello. But the streaming service is better where I'm currently at, and I get in less trouble for the crap music I play as well with the copyrights. So I've tried to crank it down a bit and put something on a bit random that's not going to get me into any trouble. But I have now run out of neon orange. So I'm using solid orange tonight, which would be actually, it's easier to shade with. If you've tried shading with neon colours, I won't do the same joke as I did the other time. It's very hard to shade in neon. It comes out so watery. If anyone's got any tips on how to shade with neon, please let me know. I find it neon impossible. There you go. So I'm going to use solid orange tonight, more because it's all I've got. And that's where we are with that. I was using this the other night and I ran out. So I had to fill up the neon orange with some solid orange and a bit of reducer and give it a wiggle around and see if I could make something out of it. And I've kind of scraped through. I have a new bottle of Rich Paint Mirror Chrome. Just taken the seal off. Now, obviously, this is a solvent. So, and Rich recommends putting it on last. Now, normally, my process is pinstripes last, first. But I've had to relearn how I do it, and so far I've had one, and I've almost finished my second bottle of it, and I've had another 3 turn up. So there's a little shameless plug there for Rich Paint. So some reason his website is rdt-products.com. So it's not richpaint.com, it's RDT Products, because I was sending people to the wrong place to start with. So that's all sorted now. Unfortunately, I don't think he can send it abroad. So if you're in the UK, happy days. If you're not in the UK, tough. Well, unlucky, one of the two. So we have a new bottle of mirror chrome to play with. I mean, it's 100ml, and I've used 200ml of it already. I have, so very kindly by one of my regular viewers. Well, that sounds really cheesy. It's true though. So one of the people that watches me regularly doesn't like the Quicksilver Chrome, which is the water-based one I use. And you can't get this for love nor money at the moment. And he very kindly, he'd only used like a quarter, and he sold me his bottle. So that should be here in a day or two. Because I like to use that on the backing of pearls. Gives a nice effect. I have made 2 different strengths cleaner. So those that are in the know that that's got something blue in it, and that's got something not blue in it. It's pretty obvious. But I've got these. I bought off Amazon. Sorry, other places are available. These squidgy bottles. These are the best things ever, because you can just bog wash the you squeeze these, it just jets it out. So it makes a really much easier than using the sort of traditional sort of those types, which are a little bit stiffer. this to squidges. So they're a vast improvement on what I was using. And I bought a few of these so I can distill everything into these. Hello, Scott. No, it's no different. This is the quality of Facebook compared to my other streaming platform. Because if I put too many lights on or adjust too much, you then get so much glare you can't see anything, especially with my bald spot. You get the light right and you'll be blind. Well, Ben, if you can get Rich to send it to you, happy days. I don't think there's a... That's, you have to ask him. I don't know. I'm not talking for him. I don't know. Hello, Matt. I've got 22 people watching. Anyone new watching me this evening? Anyone like to say hello? Where's the third? I know Scott's in America, and I know Morney is in South Africa. So that's hashtag worldwide. What am I doing those for? What is that? Is there a hashtag with your hands? I don't know. Anyway, so I've started. That's one, because I'm doing 2 tonight. I thought I'd get one started, not to bore you all. And I'm going to do this one now. So I've pulled out my headlight bits, I've stuck my masks in, and I'm going to start painting in a second. But I thought I'd just save you the boredom of me doing it twice. Hello Errol. You alright, mate? Ring me tomorrow, we'll have a chat. So I'm going to take these bad boys off. Nothing like going in blind. So first job is always to check your mask for spiders. Nothing in there, although I could do with a fresh mask soon. But I suppose the demand for these things has gone absolutely insane. But no one's going to pick this one up by accident, are they? Let's take that. I just started practicing. I haven't sealed these with anything. I just wanted to see how robust the paint would be. And they've stood up alright. I didn't even prep them, I just sprayed. I just thought, I know what I'll paint. So I've done that. I did my aircon controller. But that didn't turn out at all how I intended. But it was a very good life lesson, because I thought I'd try something tricky and see how I got on with it. But if you want to see the piston resistant, whatever the word is, I was more shocked, right, that the fact this worked first go. I even picked the sticky bits out and they stuck back in. So and this has been lacquered, so this is slightly shiny. But I'm just more shocked the fact it actually works. So I took it all apart and painted it so that it looks great from the back. It's about the only compliment you can probably give it, I suppose. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to walk off with this by accident. Nor would they want to. So I'd love to have changed the wires, but I know my limits. I'm good at watching paint dry. Soldering, not so. You know, I never said painting. I said paint drying. Because I never claimed to be any good at this. I'm just like, this is how I do my style. Because I'm a bit dyslexic. I can't spell it, which is ironic, but it's not. I'm not very good at manuals and stuff, so I'd rather just make a couple of mistakes. YouTube's brilliant now because I can sit back and watch stuff now Go, how does someone do that? So I know how to lower a van now with the suspension and everything. And I thought, whoa, if only I had a couple of spare months and I could do that to my shop van. But there we are. But this bloke lowered the one so low that it wasn't actually... Anyway, I digress. So how's everyone coping? I've seen Colchester's got its first theoretical dates, and I know Eastbourne was considering certain dates. So hopefully, I actually bought some tyres today because I thought, oh well, if we've got racing coming up, there's not much supply of race tyres. So I went and bought some tyres. I'd say it now because I've got them on the way. But there's something to consider. If racing is going to start up next month, can't go very far without any tyres. And I half took my car apart and rebuilt it onto a carbon chassis plate. It's the first time I've touched that car since it was kindly donated to me, and I must admit it was an absolute joy because it's been built properly. Dissecting a car that's been built by a pro is more of a lesson than... So you don't even get to touch these cars half the time unless you're marshalling them and they don't crash. And also I'm not in the second below heat to marshal the top point. Anyway, so to actually get a physical car built by one of the pros, that was his car, he won the MICC with it, and he gave it to me. So it's been a real eye-opener. The suspension, it's mostly the suspension's so free, and it's just everything is 100% accurate until I took it apart and rebuilt it. I didn't really want to touch it. I would have quite happily left it until next year, but I do like to do some running. I don't want to keep looking at it because it's a very expensive paperweight, that's the right word. Anyway, that's enough of me rabbiting on, although I think I've been quite coherent up to now. What did I pay for? What do you mean? What, my tyres, Morning? Too much, because there's not many sets of them. Because we use a certain tyre in the UK, so I thought I might as well just get the tyre that I'm going to run most of my outdoor racing on. But trying to find them is hard. Coming from Scotland of all places. Anyway. My towel's gone because I thought it looked a bit too dark. So I was going to write something a bit desperate on here. I was going to write, "Do you want to sponsor me?" And then I thought, well, there's no chance of me spelling that correct first go, so I just put Basil Airbrush. So I could have sponsors on here, hint hint. That was in time and everything. Right, let's throw some paint. So this is my Harder and Steinbach Infinity CR. These, if you get to look at them, they're art. One's a 0.4. They're beautiful. Is about the word to describe them. They are. And I'm getting more used to it. I now think it's doing me no favours having 4 different brands. So I've got my Infinity CR Plus. I have my rather well used Iwata Eclipse HPCS, I have a rather knackered old, really just a paint white now, an old Bart Sharp, and I have then got, which I'm very impressed with. It's a little Spa Max 3, which was clogged the other day when I was going live with old Cipollina come along and did some wiring for me. Hashtag ring main. And it didn't work when he tried it, so that's now working. So I've got two first world problems. I now have too many brushes and too little holders, so I have to keep moving everything around. So these are incredibly, what's the word? Dear. That's one way of describing them. They're a very pretty brush. I'm very lucky because this was given to me. I know the story behind this. It was given to me by Nigel. Hopefully Nigel will be on later. That turned up in the post just randomly, and I cried when I read that because they had a really nice note with it and everything, and I was shocked. And I got all emotion. So it's a little bit soppy there, but it literally is like painting with a pencil. I mean, let's give it a. So you give it a bit of praise, and the next minute it doesn't work. If you ever tried writing on the back of your hand, it's incredibly tricky, and it's a really good practice. I mean, Tim tried it and he sent me his name and it looked like he'd written Jim. Well, Scott, the first thing I would do is I would take it all apart, give it a nice clean, check all the seals and stuff in it, and put it back together and throw some paint through it. And I would use one colour and just do the same test through all the brushes and see which one you like. But yeah, you sent me the pictures. You did very well with that, and you converted it into English money for me as well, so I actually had a clue what you were going on about. That's the first thing you do. Is you're just making an eyebrow basically round the headlight. Doesn't have to be super clean. You just got to make sure you get a uniform edge around it, and then you have to infill the bit around the rings I've stuck in there. This is so much easier with this brush. I thought I'd stream tonight, mainly because football's back tomorrow and none of you lot are going to watch. And I'll be watching the football. I'm going to sit and try and watch Arsenal and try not to cry when we get smashed. By Man City tomorrow night. It's going to be very odd. I think the BBC have said they're going to stream music, the crowd into it, like from old videos, old football matches. Yeah, Aaron, that show you did the other night, that was super clean. I really like the badge. I'm slightly envious. Right, so you remove the rings I've just put in. Hello, Caesar. Is it Caesar or Caesar? I can Caesar. I was going to say hail. That's fine. So far that's Portugal, South Africa, America, and Aaron's in Wiltshire. Oh, and also I can't forget Colin. Colin's in Essex. There will be canned football comment supporters. I don't understand. They're going to try it without and see what atmosphere it gives. But basically, I think they're worried that all the players are going to be swearing like absolute mother beep 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 beeps, and so they just can't have the swearing. So they just need to, and also the managers as well. If you think about all the swearing that's going to be going on, they've got to bleep it out with something. So they might as well just put some canned supporters over it. Although if they're going to sort of do the Emirates game, I don't know where they're going to get any Arsenal supporters soundtracks from, because we're always very quiet. So there's a joke there. See, that's satire. You see, because everyone's going to rip the what's it saying that Arsenal are very quiet. So I did it before anyone got in there. So that's now put me Basil B in. Colin, did you see that Twitch was down last night? I was lucky I wasn't streaming last night. They had some massive meltdown. So now it's my stencil. Sorry, this camera, it's really dark tonight. It's just literally, it's Facebook. The quality's terrible. I'm not trying to bash it, honestly. I get terrible dry tip. That's not a euphemism for something. I do actually, the tip goes dry a lot. Well, what did Fortnite do to it then? I thought it was coincidence because obviously they're now trying to do everyone for copyrights for music. Main reason for going there in the first place. And I thought they were just censoring everybody. Conspiracy theory. Don't normally do those. Oh, swearing on the TV, sorry. So I'm just putting the pattern in both sides of the vents at the front of the... I must admit, for touring car shells, the DBX is my favourite front end on a traditional touring car. But the one I'm enjoying the most at the moment is the Acton Baby, which is the fronty 2 shell. They're lovely. Really, 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 really nice shells. Actually, I'm going to put that back on there. See how long I can keep these. How organised am I? Look, I sat down last night with a pair of tweezers. That sounds so dull. And I picked out each individual bit. Like that. Yes, I was that bored. But at the time, I was also cutting something out on my cutter, trying to figure out what was wrong with my cutter. So I was doing that. And I was letting these dry with liquid mask. And I was making my cleaner. And I was cleaning my brushes. I did loads last night. So what you do is you pull out the section you want to put the hex in. You do the hex, and then you just go around it ever so lightly and shade the outside edge. And then you pick out the first ring on the bezel. There we go. So this will look a bit more obvious in a minute when I put some white behind it. So I'm going to use my, well, I said I'd fix my Sparmex, so I might as well try that. So this has got a 0.3 tip in it. So this is my smallest tip, even though I would say that the Harder and Steinbeck Infinity I've got has got a 0.4 tip. It's that still sprays better than the 0.3. But this was, well, the Harder is another three times what this cost. I think these are really good value. Not yet, Colin, hopefully soon. I'm hoping to see if my parcel's made it to Germany. That's what I'm worried about at the moment. I haven't heard anything. They're supposed to be there today. But he doesn't know it's coming. So I don't know if he'd be expecting anything or... I don't know if the Germans have put a the quarantine on their parcels. Right, so we've still got to add the bee. I'm going to do a coloured bee today. So that'll come later. This will look a lot cleaner once everything else is picked away. At the moment it just looks a bit like I've massively oversprayed everything, and I haven't. That should be a nice crisp. You can't see the shading in the headlights, there is some. So there's a little bee in the bonnet, in the circle. That I'm going to leave that till later and pick that out and do that a different colour. There you are, you can just about see it. Now that bee fits on your fingernail, it's tiny. Well, morning, the parcel's just sitting there, it's not doing any harm. Just let me know when you want me to post it. There is a bee in my bonnet, so to speak. The reason I'm trying to be a bit brisk tonight is the fact that Facebook only sticks you to 4 hours. Although there's 35 people watching, which is really healthy. So I have pre-cut everything, so it just literally it's a case of ninja skills with the tweezers, and hopefully everything else stays where it should, or it's meant to. So I'm doing a black frame around the outer edge of the window frame, as I'm running like a double pinstripe in the front in the windows. That picked out nice. I cleaned out my liquid mask spray gun, and my mask is spraying so much better. And also, this is fully cured. Normally I'm sort of spraying while I'm talking, while I'm first on live, and it's normally all sorts of different colour shades where it hasn't really gone off, where this is solidly gone off. This has had at least 12 hours. Normally mine are like a light shade of pink because they haven't had time to dry. Right, so I have missed a bit. So if you open in a pack of these, there is it says there, tear this direction, because if you tear it the other way, you could in theory cut into the blades with your fingers. And I cut myself the other week using these, and I winced and then filled a glove full of blood, which is very nice. So there's my current stash of, that's generally a body shell, a knife blade. So there's quite a few in there. These are, I suppose, are we still in lockdown? What do you class as not in? I'm back at work, but not back at work. I've been at work all the time, but we're not open yet. And my kids are back on weird half days. And it's like being like retired now. I just missed a bit when I was doing my window frames. So these are shells, I think they're 63 and 64 of lockdown. It was quite cool to have all these shells just sitting around because I wasn't posting them. It was just watching them build up. And I think I got to 40 here before I started posting them out. So that looked quite colourful. It gives you a good... normally because they're just bung straight in the post as soon as I've done them. So that was quite cool to have them all sort of lined up. Sort of shows how productive I can be. I just get the fidgets. That and a bad back, so I can't just sort of sit and watch TV. Right, let's hope I've done this one as well. Right. So I've got all sorts of different pinstripes in this shell, and I haven't figured out quite the colour combo yet. The design is actually a K-Paints. So I've been talking to Graham today. I did play a little joke on him actually, and he took it very, very, very well. In fact, he didn't actually think it was a joke at all. He mixes all his paints by hand. I mean, like he puts nearly every colour he uses is sort of hand mixed with something else, so they're not bottle colours. I'm not into doing that. That's his style. I'm not going to do that, so I'm just going to use bottled colours similar. So he had a teal-ish colour, so we're going to use iridescent teal. It's a nice colour actually, once it's all mixed up. So that should look nice. And a luminous yellow and orange. But I'm trying to be brisk so I don't run out of the 4 hours. Well, that's either very poor TV over there. Yeah, that's it. Just very bad TV. So you'll be giving me advice on mixed colours soon, Aaron, so you'll be able to return the favours soon. Because I'll be like, how do I do this? And you're going to go, why don't you know that already? And I'll be like, doesn't matter, does it? Just how do I do that? I quite happily admit my failings. Now what colour is it? Right, so back to black. Always wear an apron. Then you don't I now have paint jeans. My wife was getting very upset with me because where my apron was would only hang down so low. My knees were funny colours on nearly every pair of my work trousers. So I now have paint jeans. Well, if you're going to fund me a trip to South Africa, I will not say no. Good luck trying to wangle that one. So this is Detail Black. Oh, you can't really tell because I've got fingerprints all over it. This is Detail Black by Wicked Kratex. I know the part number by heart. It's 0051. Now you need the. It just sprays nice. I really don't use any other shades of black now or firms of black. It's just nice. So hold your shell up to the light and see if you can see any bits you've missed or need to go back over again. The beauty of this stuff is you can build it up it's kind of it's dry almost instantaneously, because you're spraying at such low psi and through such a obviously quite a fine tip. It's nearly touch dry straight away. Oh, that's good, because the last one was like chewing gum, wasn't it? Did they ask for the old one back? Oh, backache. Right, so next bit is rear brake lights. Anybody that watches me regularly will know that I despise rear brake lights. Now I've saved the bits from the headlights at the front. This is where you need tweezers, and preferably rubber gloves as well, because you can't touch the shell with your fingerprints. Once you've got it cleaned. I need to try having Chinese with chopsticks, because I reckon I'll be a bit of a ninja with them now. My RC car control is absolutely terrible, but I'll be able to hold a pair of it's like that, isn't it? Was it like that? Or do you do that? Goes in there like that. These are just two chopsticks, so I reckon I could do that. I'd nail that. I've just got to find a spider, a fly now, and go. Sorry, that's a reference to Karate Kid, because I've been referred to as Mr. Miyagi now. I think because of the rubbish beard. Actually, if anyone wants to come around and paint my fence, I will give them airbrush tips. It's okay for me as well. The last time I streamed on Facebook, I had no screen. The screen went black, so which is like painting blind, and I didn't like it. Even though I know I could see what I was doing, it wasn't very nice to not have the interaction with my image on there a couple of seconds slower than me. Yeah, I hate rear lights, and they're the devil's spawn. I'd quite happily use the rear light stickers. No one looks at the back of the shell anyway. So that's how I do my shading. You do it all nice and tight and close, then pull back and spray from a distance. So this is this dry tip I keep suffering with. Oh, turkey! Hello. I'm not. Don't be offended. I try not to be offended. I'm not going to try and. I'm not going to try and say your name. I've been talking to Morny for a couple of months, and I still can't get his name right. That's South Africa. Right. So then remove the ovals. They're stuck in there. This is where you need good tweezers and tweezer skills. Right, another gun. So I'm going to use now. I'm going to use my Iwata. Now this needs a proper tear down. Well, I used the chrome last time in this. Because I know the Iwata doesn't actually have any seals. It's like O-rings, so I always stick the mirror chrome through that. Right, literally 3-4 drops. Now, I'm not normally this organised. But I'm going to start a new sort of regime and try. Okay, yes, I've painted a lot of shells the last couple of months, but I'm going to start try to do quality over quantity. I'd like to think I've done my apprenticeship a little bit. I mean, I don't paint, well, there is some money involved in it, but you don't get back what you put in, if that makes sense, financially anyway. I just enjoy doing this. I had Vava give me a voice message. That was funny. Right, so that's literally 3 or 4 drops of red. So, and that's before you back it. Always spray, if you wear rubber gloves even better, always spray into your hand when you pick a gun up, because I can never remember what colour I had in it. It's just a really good way of making sure you've got the colour you want and not have a happy accident. So in theory, that should brighten them up a bit. Obviously they'll look a lot tighter once they're cut out. It's like the front end, where all the shading is at the moment. So that's the process you go through on every paint job before you start. So before you get like involved in any sort of other design painting wise, that's the process you go through on every job. Now I'm going to put my aircon on for a second because I am absolutely roasting. Right, so now I wrote on this one the colours. So we can do hex in there. And then that's the teal. I wrote blue for some reason. And then we've got yellow, yellow, white, yellow, white. That's white. God, I can't remember this. I will have to look at a drawing, I think, in a minute, or a picture. I should do that now. So it was in right, so I won't take any credit. I mean, I've changed this as much as I could. Well, you are, so you're not going to let me change, not going to let me switch it around. So that is a K-Paint design, original. And so I'm doing something similar, but not. So it'll have the same colour tones, but I've reworked. Well, that's the only picture I've got as well. So there's not a great deal of I can get from that. So I'm going to go a little bit off-piste, shall we say. Oh, that's hex with the blue in there as well. Right, okay. And then I'm going to do, let's just write this down while I've got it. I've changed sections of it as well, so the whole bit of the back is completely different anyway. So that's white. And then that's the yellow with the orange. So that's going to be teal. I'm going to make that one teal as well. And that one's yellow. No, I'm going to change that. Sod it. Where is my... Right, so that's yellow. That's going to now be teal. So that's yellow. That's yellow. That's white. That's white. That's white. That's white. Oh, see, that's white as well. So I've got to do some shading around there. That's teal. That can be white. It's trying to imagine what that's going to look like once it's... So that's white, that's white. Because that white's going to tear down there. There's all going to be yellow. There's going to be... Oh, I can do orange shading. No, not in that bit, no. There'll be orange all around there. That'll make sense. There's going to be a chrome bit anyway. I have an M410. I started painting it and then never finished it. I've got it around here somewhere. I did my kid's favourite cartoon on it. Where is it? At the time they were really into Gumball. Now they're into this new version of really, really bad Thundercats. Which is ironic because they're watching it. My boy's 5 and he's watching Thundercats, and he's watching Thundercats with my original Thundercat toys. But the new version of Thundercats is terrible. Anyway, so those are the Wattersons from Gumball. And I never finished it. I don't know why I'd started it, and then I just never got round to... Oh, I think I might have sold the car. So I could finish that off now. I suppose that would fit. So that's all paint. I just never finished it. I never used the Monte Carlo. Right, so that's that sorted. So that's yellow into there. So that's yellow. So that's not blue like I thought it was going to be. Or, oh wait, I can sort this. No, I can't. No, that actually makes sense. That doesn't. So I'm going to turn that from white to teal. So this is, you can see like this has changed quite a lot in just literally the last 2 minutes. And they're going to be teal. Right, I think I can start now. I've got an idea of what I'm going to do. So I have to be careful when I pick this bit out, it doesn't pull up the pinstripes. So it takes twice as long to do anything, but I think that the effort is rewarded. It's just a lot harder. Again, good tweezers. So this one always takes a bit longer, the first one, because the first one you're trying to work out where bits go, and then the second one you can blast through it a lot quicker peeling out, because you can just look back at the other one for reference. I should probably done a bit more pinstripes, but I can do, I'm going to do some other different colours as well. I'm not just going to do chrome. I've quite enjoyed making my pinstripes like chrome and black. Cool, that's a super tight one. I could cut myself on that pinstripe, it's so tight. Well, the results of leaving it for 24 hours, or 12 hours, is remarkably better than when I do it and wait maybe 15 minutes and whack it with the hairdryer. Right, I'm going to turn that off now because I'm cold, which is the whole point. Right, so I've got to tidy that one up that flared. So teal's going to run up there. And here. You can have an idea of a design in your head and it just turns out hopefully similar to the one the customer asked for. But once you start and the process gets underway, sometimes it changes. I try not to. I mean, sometimes the colours turn out darker, or you just get caught up in it, and it's not what I did. One for EWS resident DJ Dougal, and it was nothing like he asked for, and he just laughed at me. I don't think he was so polite behind my back. But really just sort of just went off in its own little tangent, and I just sort of just got caught up in it. Probably why I haven't done any more for him. Right, so we're nearly at the end of this stage on this shell, but then just repeating the process should be a lot quicker. What's the matter, Morn? What's everyone's option on a body that weighs? I wouldn't use it. Yeah, Colin, he wasn't going on about that weight. Right. That's going to look alright, I think. I've been trying to learn to get my design to flow a bit better. And that's just purely, that's a drawing process, and we all draw differently. It's like we all write differently, handwriting. And I just can't get my flow to look as neat as I wish. But it's very tricky because that's your style. I just don't like my style. Always draw the same way, and I've been trying to teach myself to draw differently. Yes, I know this design is of another designer, painter, so I've manipulated it a bit, but I still tried to draw it in my style, or the style I'm trying to move to. Did the paint come off your hand, Colin? Well, if you look at all the pro shells, take Alex's and Bruno's, they have a bonnet crest, and then they have a side divider. So Bruno's orange, Alex is green, and then they're both white at the front, and that's it. It's two colours, and there's no real design on the roof. The highest point, all the weight is down to the sides. Why have I just got a Twitch notification? I'm not on. So they're there's a new version of the app. I'll get that later. So they have no detail on there. And the shell I tried to do, the horror shell, that's very similar as well. It's all weight around the doors of the paint. It's very clever how they keep the paint low. Obviously that's years of practice. My shells look like someone's been sick on top of them, and that's how they will remain, because I don't think I'm that really at that point where I need for my own personal shells. I mean, I will probably do my faster drivers with a more weight conscious design if they want one. I had a little of a, I had a 10-second power nap while I was painting this. Cutting it, sorry. I literally just sort of crashed. I put my knife down, put my head in my hands, and went to sleep for 5 minutes. I must admit, I have been burning the candle a bit, both ends a bit too much. Worries me, I know. It's quite stressful at the moment because the family business is an art material shop, so we're just trying to work out when we should open. Yesterday was all this bump from what's it about the shops reopening and stuff like that. And all there was a massive queue to get into Primani so they can get their ship-free flip-flops. And then now the town's back to normal again and there's no one out. Is it funny that I saw a good quote the other day? I won't get too political. I saw a quote and it was last week tearing down statues, trying to rewrite history. This week buying modern day slave labour flip-flops for £3. So I don't know. That was just, I thought that was a bit dark humoured. And I do find the humour in the oddest of things. So just trying very carefully not to pull out the wrong pinstripe bits. Right, I'm going to change this music before I get in trouble with the Facebook police. So if I come out of that, that will get me in trouble. I'm going to put on, if I can I need some new music. I'm getting to the point where I've kind of run everything through 3 or 4 times. And that was just today. Where's Art at? Oh, this is them again. Oh, there it is. Oh great, it's halfway through. It's halfway through. I've never tried a Priapard. What do you think of them? They're too much rotation for my poor drive. See, I drove the Bitty Design Hyper, and I found that very stable at the front, and then the thing just rotated, and I was just like, oh, I'm facing the wrong way, and I just couldn't. It was just stable. I was just like, oh. Some might like it, not me. Unfortunately, though, it is massively. You've got to try them because they're all just so different, which is a blessing and a curse because it means loads of shells to paint, but nobody wants to pay for any shells to be painted because they don't know which one they like. So it's catch-22. It's like you can't go play golf until you've got a handicap, but to get a handicap you've got to play golf. So you can't get physically on a golf course because you haven't got a handicap. You can't get a handicap unless you play golf. So where do you get your handicap from? Very similar to trying body shells. Somewhere in my head that made sense. Sorry. Right, so we're putting down a hex pattern on the roof, hopefully. I don't want to do it in 2 sections, but I might have to because it's the curve. So if I do that, I like the DBX. The DBX is a solid, really nice solid shell. Really nicely made. Lovely to paint. The twister's quicker, but it's not as nice. It's not as nice to paint. The plastic is, in my opinion, not as good. My opinion. No one else's. Now, this is a really knackered old bit of Lexan I've got here. This old mask. It just tacks enough. Because it doesn't then pull up the pinstripes. Hang on, Scott. So lovely isn't a term used in America? Really? Right, I'm now going to use my smaller hex for the side sections. The one I just used tonight on the headlights and grills. So that's going in there. Be careful not to pull up the pinstripes, because that'll make you cry. Because once they're pulled up, they will stick back down again, but they stretch. So they don't go back in the same place. Or if they do, they're wonky. Ah, I bet they don't say bollocks either. Another colourful language, which I won't do on here because there's 17 people watching. Right, so we can see we're slowly building up the pattern. Now the trick here is not to throw too much at it. There's less is more, but that's something you've got to learn. I'm still learning. But for a long time I was like, how the hell do they do, like, well, there's a couple of painters that I admire massively, and I have got a couple of shells of theirs in my own sort of private collection, and you look at their stuff and you go, how the hell did they do that? And I'm slowly dissecting what they've done, and now I'm a bit like, oh, that's how you do it. But it goes down to what I said earlier, it's the painter's flow. The temptation is to, and I've done this, is once you start learning a technique, is you just throw everything on the shell at once, and it doesn't, there's no coherence, and it just looks terrible. So I've changed the hex pattern there to the slightly smaller one, just to give a sharper, you'll see in the photos later, so it changes from block to slightly narrower. And now I'm just trying to work out what I'm going to do on this side piece. I don't want to take up too much away from it with too much shading and too much hex. Right, and just learn that's enough. Oh, that was a good one. Look at that line there. That's going to look super tight. Bear in mind there's a pinstripe either side of that as well. You don't really need to go heavy on the shading. If anything, it's probably too much. I've watched a lot of Bradley's work as well. I think Bradley's a very good painter. What else have you written there? Oh, a lot of box art. I was Vava joined. Cool. I can't see who's just logged in. That was a super nice one then. Basically anything with this gun is just nice at the moment. It's just running. I've got it running really well. Sorry, good. Right, I don't need to do any. I'm really tempted to go like a lot more into that, but I don't need to because it's going to get the teal, which is also iridescent, is going to really pop anyway. I just hope it's true enough to what the customer actually wants. I don't know. Has anyone seen Scott? He's supposed to be. He said he was going to come on tonight. Scott West. Sorry, that's master, as in master. His master, because I did 2 shells. I always have the master shell, which is the one I draw first, and that's the one I cut from, and then I use that as a reference to the other one. So I always use one as I always call one the master. So I'm going to try a smaller hex on the front bonnet crest, as I call it, a crown. See what that does. As I said, less is more, only one pass. I think, Scott, I'm not going to brag. The brush does a lot of it itself, but this is just absolute night and day. I mean, I said the other day that I don't think it was as good to value as money as some of the other brushes. It just makes it so much easier. I mean, like, there isn't any hassle to it. It makes me look amazing. It just works. But then that also that's the culmination of things. It's like mad skills. That's a joke. The detail paint as well. That's also really handy. It makes life a lot easier. And now where I'm getting my guns like surgically clean each time with this home brew. I wrote strong on that one because I put a bit much in it. It means I'm getting sharper lines as well from that. Because I've prepared as well that the mask's easier to cut, I'm using fresh stencils, apart from this big old one, and so it's not flaring up and spraying underneath it. It's sticking where it needs to and making it nice and crisp. It's just a bit more practice and a bit more. I'm definitely learning patience. I wish my throttle control would be the same. And also I'd like to think I'm getting slightly better on camera now. I'm not as awkward as I was. Because it is a little bit of a bum tickler, because like there's 23 people watching here. Because I've built up a bit of a rapport with a few of you, I can have a bit of banter and stuff, so it puts me at ease a little bit. But I don't know who's watching me. There's 25 people watching at the moment. That could be anyone. And they could all be critiquing me and saying I'm terrible. So this is how I do it. This is all stuff I've tried. This seems to work well for me. Did I do the small? Where's the small one? When I get the new blade for my cutter as well, I'll get sharper masks to cut from. I will also be streaming now around football games, so I don't try and compete with football, because I know that's going to lose me a lot of goodwill if I start trying to stream when there's football on, because this is only paint drying. Thank you, Ashley. Oh, hello, Scott. Do shout if there are bits that you you go, oh my god, that looks terrible. As I said, I did speak with Graham, as in aka K-Paint, and he said he'd mixed up his version of the teal. And me and him are good enough mates. He actually gave me his what was in it, but I was like, I don't really want to get into trying mixing colours, not yet anyway. It does, Christopher, but it does say also that it might accelerate the wear on your brush. But the one I you just type into YouTube. There's tons of them. It's just follow one and then just tweak it. I'm now on my sort of third or fourth brew of it, and I've stayed similar. But I have adjusted the levels a little bit to see if I can make it stronger, because it was a bit piss poor to start with, to be fair. Now, all I was saying, Scott, was that I haven't tried adjusting or mixing colours. I'm just going to use the out of the bottle. That's an iridescent teal, which I think is going to look popping through the shading I've done. And then put chrome either side of that and some black edging along that as well. It's going to look sharp. So what I'm going to do, so this bottom pinstripe is going to be black, just decided, because that should clash nicely against the white. Clash nicely? Be nice. And then the next one's going to be chrome, and then the top one will be black. And that one's going to be chrome. That one's going to be white, black. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I'm going to try and mix my pinstripes up to try and bring some extra tone into the, try and bring some life into it. Right, so now we're ready for some colour on this. So what, we're an hour 48 into it. So I don't need to then put any shading on the bottom here because this will be a black pinstripe. Makes sense. Right, so have I got any brushes? No. So I've got a clean one now. Right, so this is wicked, isn't it? I can just go whoop, and it really does give it some pressure. Actually fizzes now, which is quite cool. Either I made it too strong. That works really well, that top to it. I'm hoping they come back off again as easy as they went on. I doubt it. Always have a spit cap handy. Sorry, an old 2 litre bottle of water. I just cut the bottom off it. So this has got a couple of old top deck screws in it. Because the pearls and the iridescence, they separate massively, so you need something in there to agitate them up. Plus this has been sitting for about a year. That's going to look lovely. Oh. I don't think they're technically called a spit cap. I just thought it was amusing to call mine that. But mine's just an old knackered, it's got so much old crap in it now that it wouldn't fall over if you wanted it to. There's about a ton of old shit in the bottom of it now. That's lucky, Scott. Oh, different Scott. I'd say it's the AMG Mercedes colour for the F1, the Patronus bit. That's why I don't use it anymore. You can see how thick it is. It really does. Oh, you can't tell on this. Sorry. On Twitch that would have showed up. That's wicked. That really does blow. That really gets some pressure into that. I just love the way it fizzes. I think I made it too strong. So look at that. Right, see, I've cleaned that. I've painted with it. It's just popped out an odd bit of pink. Now that must have been in their donkeys because I haven't used pink tonight. Unless it's come out, it might have come out the brush actually. Anyway, shocking. That is a bit of white. That must be the brush. It can't be that much. Look, that's just come out the back of the brush, out the bottom of the brush. Unless it's that good, it's kind of cleaning the brush at the same time. Unless it's so good now that it's even taking the paint off the old brush I use. I've never had that happen, which means it must be really good. Worryingly, that was the strong. I made 3 up, and that was the strong. Well, 4 up, and that was the strongest one. Sorry, yeah. Scott's American. Don't know what I'm sorry for. So he doesn't really get all our twang. It's a polite way of saying it. And I'm one of the posh ones. Scott, you're getting it in you're getting the right British terminology for the southeast of Kent. It does alter around. I mean, England's tiny in comparison to America, but we've all got little bits. We're all different. I mean, Essex. I mean, you have to listen to yeah, they have to shout a bit louder because their sort of knuckles are dragging on the floor a little bit, and they're pleasant enough. So we have counties and you have states. You have like our whole country is probably smaller than one of your states. That's pretty cool. So Ben, you're Australia. So we've got an Australian, Turkey, America, South Africa, Portugal. God, anywhere else I've forgotten. That's not bad going tonight. Essex. And you have counties inside the states. It boggles when you start saying how big that place is. Right, so now I'm going to throw a bit of chrome. I say a bit because I've only got a bit. Oh no, Geordie is a very particular dialect. And then the Scouse, that's hard as well. Then you've got Brummie, that's Birmingham. Then you've got Manchester, the Manx. Right, that's dead. So I've got what I've got in my gun now. So a little bit of chrome on the back of the seal. I do like this water-based chrome. So this is the (4104) Quicksilver Auto Air. tastes like shit though. It really does get onto the back of your, it really on the back of your mouth. It really does pain. That's mad that fizzes up. It's just mixing with all the silver, so it looks really pretty. It's even doing it in the spit cup. I like the way you wrote had. I've got some Airbrush cleaner of those, I think. It's absolutely fucking useless. It's useless, excuse my language. Although I've got some reducer, which I haven't played with much yet. So I've got that to play with. I've got two of those actually. So I've got my candies up here as well. You can't see them in this light. If you watch me when I'm on, because I thought I'd do a Facebook stream just so that I could annoy more people, because more people watch me on here than they do on Twitch. So I thought I'd come over and just do one every so often on here, and this is the one I've decided to do. I'm kind of running out of work now. I've got this two, I've got a touring car shell, two F1s, another touring car and a fronty, and that's it. And then I can just start doing what I want, if that makes sense. Everyone's been pretty cool though. They let me sort of just twist and turn it as I do it, but it'd be nice just to go, do you know what, I'm going to try doing this and then just see what happens. I don't like to practice on customers' works. Right, so now we're going to do a bottom pinstripe. Because we've done the chrome, you can now back the chrome with black. So I'm going to do the pinstripe at the same time. Saves too many layers of paint. Well, and also cleaning the gun out. So it's going to give a pinstripe line along the bottom. And I made it all wavy deliberately. I don't drink anymore, so I can't blame that. Oh, I should have thought about that, because that's going into a arse. That's annoying, because that I'd cut that deliberately to carry this pinstripe through and into the window and then back out again, where it's the same colour as I'm doing there. I hadn't really thought that through. I might have to change that slightly just for this bit. I'll have to think about that for a second while I pull the rest of the bits out. This is where the time goes. I mean, there's plenty of time's already gone into this cutting and the drawing and the cutting. This is where you lose the time, is picking the pinstripes and moving this bit, turning this bit and cutting that and pulling this bit, and it's a great waste of time, this. Then on my Twitch thing, it tells you how many hours you've done of streaming, and on one of the things because I'm now heading for the next number, which is I've hit affiliated. I'm now going for partnered, which is miles away. That's never going to happen. But partnered says you have to do a minimum of 25 hours a month. Well, I looked at it and I've done 80. So I'm like, well, I've done a bit too much there. Yes, I'm on this a lot. So that one's black, that one's chrome, that one's going to be chrome, that can be black, the wrong move, and this, you can spend 5-10 minutes just putting back a bit you screwed up, like I've just done there. So I've got to figure out what I'm doing there. I might do some shading into it. So what colour did I say that's going to be? So that's, yeah, that's black. That one I'm going to do black. I saw that hot rod shell. Very different. Did I see Bitty are doing a new or whatever it is. I don't even know what it is. GT shell? Right, I think how I can get around my little screw up. So I know what I can do. I have to do it on the other one as well, so it looks like I meant it. Happy mistakes. That's going to look alright. I hope. If I do it in some other bits as well, then it looks like it was deliberate. Don't want to push it. Going for less is more on this. What tickles? No, they do a hyper as well, which is a touring car shell. They do an F1 shell as well. I should know that, Tim. Right. I think I got away with that. No, Google hyper. I'll probably see you in a bit, Scott. I'll probably still be on. Oh, sharp that is. Deliberately wavy before you say anything. And I made the roof deliberately wonky, so you'll see in the photos. There's 25 people watching, blimey. I went to a lot of effort on the pinstripes on this. Not that I don't normally on any other shells, but I had a good sit down and hard think about trying to make it look a certain way. Because now with the racing scene quieting down a bit, I can also put in this new mantra of not trying to do too many, and hopefully my work will improve. I know a few of them have been a little bit ropey. Well, people have bloody told me so. So hopefully this will be the next level I can move up to. I think I've earned now a little bit of a oh, I can't do it within that time, it'll take me a little bit longer. Some of the established painters, you don't see stuff back for them for months. And now I've got the world headquarters all properly sorted out. Oh, that's a sharp pinstripe. I reckon I could cut myself on these. That or my wit, one of the two. I'm just going to get cut. Super sharp. I had hoped to get these done within the 4 hours of this live stream, but I reckon I might have to come off and come back on again. We're now sitting at 2 hours 20 and I'm not as far on as and I haven't really talked too much bollocks, but I don't want to rush it. It will be done this evening. I'd rather do it on camera. Gives a bit of tension. I must admit I've been a bit stressed about this tonight. I don't know, because I haven't done a Facebook one for a while. No, it's two. There's two. Oh, there's two phones. Tony, two phones. For tonight, I am. Yeah. Now with this thing I've got with Twitch being what they class as affiliate, they want 24 hours exclusivity. Well, I can give or take Twitch. I don't. The whole point of streaming wasn't to try and generate an income, which it strangely has. But I just like to prove that every so often that it's not about that. That's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this completely for my own ego. No, I'm joking. I like the company. I mean, I've got 11 subbers now on Twitch. So after Twitch take half, I think that leaves me with about 25 quid a month. That's if everyone keeps renewing, which I suspect won't happen. And I'm certainly not going to go around asking people to keep doing it. That's a little bit degrading. But I don't know, I just find Twitch... 90% of the streamers are female with cleavage. And I find it a bit degrading what some of them do for their money, or subs as they call it. It's a bit like a shit babe station. And they don't even realise it. Completely my opinion there. I'm also onto my last pack of gloves. that one, 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 that one. Right. Hex pattern in that. Look how sharp my pins are. I like this wavy pattern in the I don't like sterile pinstripe. I think it looks boring. I like to have a little bit of wave to mine. Plus it makes it easy to cut. But that's not the main reason I do it. I do it because I like the effect. I think it looks nicer with a slight. It looks a bit like it's got a bit of movement to it, like a flame. I'm sure, Tony, you must be aware of what wave station is. I love how much these slide around now. It's really handy. I took my tissue away. Oh, you love it. The spraying, that is. Not the fisting motion I just made. Although, you might. You drive an F1 for starters. Right, so I've now got a dilemma. Because I'm supposed to have done... So that's yellow. That's yellow. That can't be yellow. Now that can be white. That doesn't make sense. I've got to change something. So that's going to come to there, like that. That's going to come like that, which separates that. Otherwise I'm going to have a bit of a boo-boo there. Right, so that kind of makes a bit more sense now. So that's going to be white. That was going to be yellow, but then that was going to be yellow, which then went it didn't make sense between the two of those, because then it would have been up yellow there, up yellow there. So I'm going to make that white. So that one down to there is going to be, yeah, well then that's white. Ah! How do I change this? No, I know. And then now that one's white, that one's yellow as it was, that can be white still, that can be yellow. You can't say I'm not honest, because I just changed that 3 times in front of you. There's still 22 people watching as well while I'm making this stuff up. Right, so then that's that. So that's going to be, that pillar now is going to be white up into there, which comes round and down into there. That one's going to be white. And that one's going to be yellow and orange, white, yellow and orange. Right, that makes sense. It's a lovely colour. I think that works really nicely with the black pins. I really like that. Even if it does remind me of Lewis Hamilton. Right, so next colour, obviously it's got to be a bright colour, darkest colour next, so I'm guessing that's the yellow and orange. So we're going to do, where we're going to do yellow, we're going to do orange shading round it. So I've just got to make sure I pick out the right bit now. So drill. I'm going to do the bee of the basil as well in yellow. So when I did earlier, you know I did the bees. That shows you how small they are. That's my thumbnail. Right, well, no turning back now. Right, so that's that up into there. Careful not to rip that pinstripe. The beauty I've got now is where there's a bit of paint on here, it makes the pinstripe lines stand out a bit, but it also covers up the permanent marker lines I've got underneath, so I have to start looking for cut lines rather than permanent marker lines. So I was breathing, I was trying not to breathe. Quite a few people wish that. Fucking, that made me jump. One of the cats just landed on the roof. Felt like a horse. Dickhead. This is a burglar up there. Jesus Christ, that was loud. Oh, that was lucky. I started picking out the wrong section. Squeaky. That was very lucky. I do kind of enjoy doing these. It is like kind of a bit of a puzzle. Otherwise you wouldn't do this if you hated doing it, would you really? No, I want the bee to stand out. I don't think mirror chrome would look right. Going for a sort of a classy finish. You know me, it's all about the style. This has got to be some of the best pinstripe I've done, like ever. The tails on the points are amazing. Like compared, I mean, I've really tried now recently to try and change the way I draw them. But it's the cutting. That's where the art is. Sharp, you'd cut your fingers on them bad boys. It's nearly as clever as my wit. Sharp. That made sense to me, sorry. Damn it. Right, so now that is going to be a luminous yellow with some orange shading. But now I've got to pull out the other one first. But now I've got that as a guide to work off. I know where to. Generally the second one's faster. If I cut it right. Don't want to rush though, because I'll ruin it. And the first thing I go and do is pull out the wrong section. Well done, dick. I wonder, but hang on, that doesn't look right. It's not. Bastard. That could have been way worse though. And that's why it's still useful to have a roll of tape around. And that's just purely from picking out, starting in the wrong point and not realising early enough that I'd made a boo-boo. And being honest enough to admit it. You know, I'd like to have a go at doing a pit board. I just need to fine line a design because I keep changing my design all the time. Obviously I've done my stupid controller in iCharger. But that's just to make them anti-theft proof. This liquid mask had 2 coats, but it's had proper time to go off. So I might start doing this all the time like this, because this worked really well. It's pulling really nicely, and you'll know when you've had a boo-boo with your liquid mask how bad it can be. You want to stick the shell in the bin. Well, I finish shells, want to stick them in the bin anyway. But when you're doing it and it's just pulling apart in 1,000 pieces, and you want to cry. Oh, we found some new music. Well, probably better music, you're probably all thinking. Currently, I use Bitty.
First of all, thank you so much for tonight's performance.
You're welcome. Uplifting Bikram robe yoga music. What's Vip Ponds? What's that? Was that a mask before in olden times? Or was that an Australian thing? I mean, just spraying it through a spray gun makes this stuff like 20 times better anyway. It cuts nicer, it's smoother. You have a better, you can see your cut lines better. It's just better. How long have you painted for, Ben? I mean, I've only painted for 8 years. Still practicing. Not very good. I used to brush liquid mask on. When I first started, it was tape and bits of newspaper and anything else, old bills, mostly bills, and then slowly worked my way up to liquid mask. And then what I used to do with liquid mask was you used to get your bottle and take your cap off, fill your cap up to the brim, and that's one coat of liquid mask with a hand brush. So you literally stand there for 20 minutes brushing the bloody thing on. But it always used to make, that's how I used to regulate how I had an even coat. Otherwise you just end up just glooping it on and you end up wasting it because you just use too much and it becomes too thick. Then I moved on to a spray gun, and it's 20 million times faster, it's smoother, it cuts nicer. You just got to, I haven't really figured out how to regulate how much to put in there because I'm kind of lazy and I leave my gun with mask in all the time. If I take my gun here, I used this last night, felt like last night, it was technically this morning, and there's always liquid mask in it. Although I've cleaned it for the first time. I've probably done 200 paint jobs with it before I've cleaned it, and it's definitely improved it since I cleaned it. How do you, if you're hand painting it on, that's what I used to as a standard measure, so I knew I didn't use too much of it and waste it because it's expensive stuff. Now I just breathe it all in when I spray it through my gun, which is even worse. Don't do that. Gets in your eyes, stings. So you don't need to blow it through at 60 psi. Probably 30 to 40. Right, orange. So put the black to one side. I don't think I actually need the black now actually. Let's do a bit of guesswork and figure out what we're doing now. Or am I going to do some shading? I might do some shading after. So solid orange. Oh, look at that. That's a very, oh look, almost got my, that's my family business there. That's the price, how much it is a bottle. That just went really into focus then and it's come out. Now that I liked it so much, I put my name on it. Oh, come on. Stupid focus. Anyway. Just to prove I do actually sell the stuff. You really should wear, I mean I've got one on but I'm talking so I've taken it off, but when I used to, I've said this story before, I had a townhouse and I painted in the garage underneath, and I didn't even have a ventilation in there, and I was just spraying. I was hammered half the time as well, drinking cider, and I went through 3 courses of antibiotics and then realised, hang on, I haven't got a chest infection, I'm killing myself. So then I bought a mask, and I'm on now my 3rd one I think. Yeah, I have an art shop, art material shops, the family business. No, don't worry, I'm not trying to sell anything. This is for my own amusement. Although I could have sold a shit ton of airbrushes. Right, so this is going to be with my eye water. Oh, and do the basil bee as well, I forgot to do that. I wish, if it was £9.60 I wouldn't be trying to, it's £5.60 you blind, what's it? That's when I saw Hobby Circuit selling it for £4.50. I thought, wow. Well, I was doing recommended I do recommended retail, but then again, I'm not on the internet. Oh, that's way too high for shading on this gun. Each gun's different. What PSI works? This is why I never answer a PSI question. Because each gun's completely different. What works with my gun might not work with yours. So it's just a case of spray into your hand or and just play with it and work out what gun likes what PSI. I don't think I'm going to give these to Scott. I think I'm going to keep these because this seems to be going really, really well at the moment. I mean, like, really well. Hello, Ian. No. I work with the guns I've got and get the gun to work with the paint I've got. So this is an Iwata Eclipse. So it's just standard orange paint. I've worked out what PSI it seems to spray nicely with. Hardly any. Maybe it's because I cleaned my guns last night and I've been using my new cleaner. or I was more organised and I'm not rushed. I don't know. I've never sprayed that far. Note to self, don't spray on worktop, then rest arm on said spot. It's slowly starting to appear. Although if you want to, Scott, you can reduce Ian, you can reduce 4 to 1. So 4 parts paint to 1 part reducer or water, obviously the water-based stuff. Don't be afraid to build it up slowly after a couple of... Don't try and blast it in one go. You see me ever so often, I'm just picking the dry tip off the end of my airbrush. Although my airbrush is running this is running really well tonight. Sometimes they don't. A lot of the times they don't. Well, I'm really excited to see this finished now, but I'm not going to rush it. It depends if you're doing detail. If you have a specific question, if you ask it, I'm sure I probably don't know the answer, but there's one or two people here that will be able to help you. Obviously, if you tried to do this in neon orange, this would be an absolute nightmare. It just doesn't shade very well. There you are there, Ben. Ben, you've just made my little group of 18. I've either got Howling Mad Murdoch left, or BA. No, actually I'm BA, I don't like flying. Right, so the rest of that will be a luminous yellow. I will do some. I'm going to do some flicky bits in that as well. But I'll do them both at the same time. Now it's just a case of just mirroring that over. I do like the way that I've got the point going down, and then the B is orange. That will stand out more once we get it further in. I'm loving how well this is spraying. I should really say that after I've finished. So we're going a bit quicker now because I know what I've got to do. I decided to do the window frames in the orange as well. I'll do a secondary glaze around the windows. Once I get some white backing or not a luminous yellow backing, it's going to pop a lot harder than it is at the moment. Now it's just having confidence that I've cut properly. Right, it's got 13 people watching. Anyone want to say hello? Anyone new? It's always cool to know where people are watching from. Because obviously I'm not professional or anything, so this is just a hobby. So if I'm doing anything wrong, please point it out. I'm still learning. I wouldn't keep doing it if I didn't want to keep learning and getting better. Right, so that's all the orange done. Now I'm going to do some flicky. So all I try and do now is I try and keep the same angle. You'd be shocked where I keep finding bits of paint like this. Oh, I've just got it all up my speed. Oh, dude. Not cool. I'm going to move my phone. I just splattered all up my microphone. So, who's been giving you advice on your arse system? Now, that is really simple, but that took me a long time to figure that out, because I was doing it with a paintbrush, trying to flick it at weird angles, never getting it to look right, and it was all it was always clunky, too fine. Now I'm getting nice big spots, which is what I was after. So now this gun needs a lot more PSI. I've missed a bit with the shading, so I'm just doing that now before I... Well, yeah, because I don't know, you can't really see it. I've got a whole pot there of just old brushes with different mangled heads that have got flicks of paint in them and stuff. They're good, but I wanted like bird shit size lumps of paint. Does that make sense? With a direction that looks like it's meant to be there rather than a screw up. So I'm quite pleased how that's turned out. Right, so now we can do the luminous yellow. Fizzy, fizzy, fizzy. Oh, I nearly tried to bog wash that without the cap on then. That would have instantly been a bit of a brick. And that would have been a stab in the knee if that had fallen on my leg. I think I'm at the end of my bottle. Well, that's frustrating. I have no more luminous yellow. Right, we've got to be super careful with this. Seriously squeaky bum time. I don't know if I've got enough. How many guns have you got, Ian? Spray guns. That's looking... Whoa! Sorry. Oh, that looks alright, doesn't it? Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, bruh. Sweet! Oh. Oh, I don't know if I should do that one black now. What do people think? Do you think that back... I was going to do this one chrome. But I think that might look better in black now, having to seen this. That looks fucking wicked. I don't know why I'm acting so surprised. Well, I am. But, wow. That really stands out. Because this pinstripe here is going to be chrome. And then this bit's going to be white down into here. I just don't know if this back pinstripe should be black. This is just me learning to do less, let the designs flow better rather than trying to chunk too much into them. I'm really pleased with that so far, and I haven't even finished it yet. I've got no yellow left. So it's tough if there wants to be any more. I don't know if I should do one of the pinstripes in black or chrome now. Black looks stronger there, but I think the chrome will look better. I'm going to change that bit of the design as well. I'm not liking the way that curves into there. It doesn't need to curve into there. No, it does. Right, I've got to do a bit of shade round to that part. That looks... I don't know if I want to carry on any further. I might just leave it like that. Love this roof section. This looks wicked. No, don't agree with me, Ben. That means I've got to do it. Right, we've got 20 minutes left of this live stream, so what will happen at 4 hours, I think it cuts off. If it cuts off, I'll restart it. So don't think I'm binning you all off. I will start again. Oh, sorry, I've just seen your message, Ian. So you've got an Iwata Revolution and a few cheaper ones. It's just learning with your PSI what... Each gun's different. So someone says, oh yeah, 30 PSI, well that's horseshit. Thank you, Morning. You've been listening to me there. So me going wanging on about flow and stuff, and the first thing is, oh, your flow looks better. Oh, thank you. That's what I've been moaning about. I mean, once the white, because the bits now that are here are white, so it is going to lift up a lot. This is where you get slightly paranoid, like, should I do it different? Right, bollocks, I'm going to carry on. Now this is going to pop like a what's it in a minute. Well, I'm really excited. I can't wait to turn these over. Right, let's do one that way and one that way. Right. Right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. It looks like it's on fire. It really does look wicked. Very, very happy with these. See how the front grill's starting to appear now? So this is the section that's going to be white. So it's got to be careful not to pull the pinstripe off. I was going to do the black pinstripe at the back, wasn't I? Keep shit. I'm getting tired now, I can tell I'm making mistakes. Now I wouldn't normally do pinstripe after doing a bright colour, but I've decided I think it needs it. Traditionally you would do this to start with, not having to spray your brightest colour going. This is going to look so much better with it done, I just don't want to do it. Now, I had a little bit of lift up with the mask there, so I know that's going to be a really grotty corner. So I'll have to tidy that one back up. That looks way better with the black. Like properly done now. It's definitely worth it. Because all these different pinstripes add all these different depths to it, because you haven't just got a flat chrome running all the way through, or a flat black. You've got black chrome. It gives you different lines to follow with your eye. Well, I think it works. That's what I've been really struggling with as well. I can't seem to. When I did my Hara shell last week, I just wasn't happy with it. It just looked flat. I was really disappointed with it. I mean, I could have sold it 4 times over, which is really odd. You know, you just look at it and think, oh, I wish I'd done that, or done this, or done that, and I was honest about it, and it sold to the first person that messaged me. They never sell like that, I promise you. Right, so it's 8 minutes to go until we've been on for 4 hours. So if it cuts off, I'll restart it. Wow, that really works. It really does pull it in. Especially as it goes around the door, the window frame, and then you've got the orange. Learning a bit of class at last. My technique's always been alright, it's just my drawing is terrible. Or my pattern choice of colours, and well, these colours are already chosen for me. It just said orange, yellow and teal. Well, yes and no, Morning. I feel like you have to push yourself with being critical. If you just sit back and yeah, I'm alright with that, then you're never going to step up. And I want to step up. I want to get good at this. I want to be known for it. I enjoy it. I want to be good at something I enjoy doing. It frustrates the piss out of me massively. It's such a hard hobby, and it's so time consuming. I'm going to celebrate when this is finished. I'm going to go put the bins out. Although it is already up past midnight. And then I've got to go up and go to bed and get up for work in the morning. Well, I say get up to go to work. I mean, it's not actually anything happening at work at the moment. Scaring the shit out of myself listening to the radio. Are you still here, Colin, or have you departed? I know you're not a fan of Facebook. You've been very quiet tonight, mate. Normally you can't shut you up. Tried. Trying to use all my powers of whatever I've got to not rush and ruin this. I've got 30 seconds left of this. If it cuts out, I will restart it. I'm not going to get a drink beforehand though, because I'm gasping. So we've just got the white to do. I didn't cut out, wicked. Got the white to do and then the chrome. You've been very quiet, Colin, you're right. What, midnight? It's dedicated. I know you're not a fan of Facebook. I must say it's I'm happier on Facebook, but I know the camera's way worse. Quality's way worse. Content's not very good, but the yeah, it's not as nice a streaming service. I wouldn't have this many people watching on Twitch this time of night. Got 12 people watching still, which is 13. My lucky number. Wicked. Actually, it's my grandmother's lucky number, and I sort of borrowed it. Colin, have you seen that Colchester are doing a Sunday race meeting on the, I'm going to say 12th of next month? I went and ordered some tyres this afternoon, so I've got some for it. No, my luck though, it'll rain. Super pleased how this is coming turning out. Really pleased with this. I'm just hoping now when the white goes on it doesn't flatten it out too much. What you bought now? Anything fun? Like racing wise or paint wise? Or just boring shit? You must have missed this corner completely. So you won't race outdoors at all? No, don't you go right off-road and buggy and stuff? Like if mine hasn't got a scratch on it, I haven't used it. The thing is, I like things to look a bit lived out. I don't want the kit to own me. I own the kit, so it does what I want it to. If it gets a scratch, it gets a scratch. It's my fault for not lifting it up high enough. Which is weird, because you think, bear in mind what I do this as a hobby, you think I'd be all like racked with OCD and stuff of like design and stuff. I couldn't really give a what's it. I know when I've done a bad one, you get told enough, but I don't really. It doesn't really affect me, like scratches and stuff on the paint job, on body shells and chassis and. You don't want a bit of tarmac rash. Especially at the Rug Racer's new curbs. You touch them, you know about it. I'm just staring. Just turn around. Something just caught my eye. There's a fucking great stag beetle staring at me. Shame I can't get it on camera. There's a big boy as well. They're stupid bastards. My cat's been eating them as a hobby recently. Right, I'm just going to save a. Oh, they're standing up. That hurts. Just going to save this stag beetle. Doing you a favour, do not fucking stab me. Come on, let go, you silly fucker. You strong little bastard. Right, I feel like I've just done a good deed there. I've just thrown it out in the garden and a cat's standing out there. Oops. There's been hundreds of those bloody things in my garden. I've never seen so many stag beetles. Is it 8 hours now? Because when I first started doing Facebook Lives, they were 8 hours max. What I need to do is I need to learn how to upload it onto YouTube afterwards. people will watch it there if I can move it over. I've just got to figure out how to do it. I figured out how to do the Twitch to YouTube. It just depends if I'm going to get in trouble for playing music, which I probably will. But I'm not sitting here for what's going to probably be 5 hours in absolute silence listening to myself rabbit on. I need some background noise. A bit like you do, because it stops me talking so much. I bet half you got me in mute anyway. I could do, because I use Stream. I think I use Streamlabs to do I don't know. I don't know. Colin helps me out with streaming. I don't really understand it all. He just says press this, do that, do this, and I'm like, okay. I was using Restream, that had my bollocks cut off there money wise. I still want, because I want to use, most of the time I want to use Twitch because the service is better. Then I can make a little bit of money, not a lot. Right, so now we've got that done, we can now do the last bit of white, then we can do the chrome. But I've got to run indoors and get another bottle of white because I am running. What did I have? I'm trying to see if I can save myself walking back to the house the mere 10 metres it is. I'm sure I had it. No. Right, I'm just going to run indoors. I say run, limp. My back hurts now. And pick up a fresh bottle of white. I shall be 2 minutes. Count me.
make some noise for him.
Oh,
And please show some love to Mother Nature. Beautiful tonight.
thank you. To you and you.
The music is not up.
Over. I should tell you this only once. I can put on this. I'm probably going to get in trouble anyway. So there you go. I thought there. See, Colin sorted that out. Although, Colin, I've changed it. It's not a business page anymore. It's a something else. I've gone to a different. You can change the listing on the thingy. I think that's the thing anyway. I don't think I'm a business page. I'm so pleased I did this, change the pinstripe at the back to black. That'll show now when I do the next coat of white. This is going to really pop. So I'll tidy up that little flap that lifted earlier. So far that's my biggest mistake, which is nice. Oh, this is exciting. This is going to look wicked. Right, fresh bottle of white. I'm sure I've got it. I can't remember what it might be on my page saying what it is. I'm sure I'm not a I was a business. Yeah, I've got a Spectrum. You can't tell in this on this grade of camera, but that's like a spectrum. That's like a rainbowy chrome. Could do that for the pinstripes. Now I want to keep using rich stuff. I'm just making sure that they're on the outside. Yep. Yeah, just making sure that all the little marks and dinks. Because now it's easy to get rid of them. Fire, 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 fire. I missed a bit. That's annoying. I pulled the pinstripe up. Right. Right, don't rush it. Go back to it in a second. Yeah, I don't think you realise quite how bad I am with technology. I like watching paint dry. Wow, that's really shut the light out with. Well, it's bright white, isn't it? It's really taking the contrast. Right, so that peeled up there, so that's what go back to that. That's got its own, so I just need a little bit of tape. Still got 10 people watching, that's really healthy. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching, I really appreciate it. If you haven't already, could you do me a solid and like my page? Right, are we ready? Dun, dun, dun. So obviously this isn't the final bit yet, we've still got to do the chrome. Back up to 13 as well, that's helpful. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, it's lost a little bit of its depth now. When the chrome comes on, that should help though. Because the chrome will give it another, it'll lift it because it's a bit flat now. But I'm super happy with this. This is going to lift in a minute because this is going to be pin, it's going to be chrome. It's going to run all the way around, up there, around there, all the way around. It's going to lift all the way around this yellow, and then up around there, and then up around into the centre bit. So it's going to really, hopefully give it some depth that the white's now taken away. I'm definitely going to do this orange and yellow again. This has worked really well. Well, thank you very much, Tim. What, out of the 65 or 66 I've done? These are the two you're the best, you're the most, you think are the best so far, yeah? Bold statement. Tune. When this chrome comes on, this should hopefully bring this back up. Well, next time I know not to do white. Can you imagine that if the white bits were black? What do you reckon that would look like? I do love how the pinstripe comes up on the how crisp and sharp it looks. Rich paint chrome gives the shiny bit that I really wanted, the shine that it gives me. That sounds really odd. It gives me I wanted a certain finish on the shells, and it really does. It does that. And I'm not sponsored by him. I can say that because I know him vaguely, and I just thought it'd be nice to help out somebody I know. I'm completely independent, buy all my stuff, paint my own stuff, ruin my own shells. colour's tortoise? Oh, turquoise. It's got a nice sort of flow to it, hopefully. Well, I'll see in a second when I cut this side out. So yeah, again, this is where the tweezers come in handy. But the most important tool is the one that's really overlooked, which is obviously me. No, knife. Actually, it's growing on me now. Wait till I do the pinstripe. I generally have a... I can generally tell normally straight away if I like it or not. And I just like the way that that pinstripe's black, which you can't really see yet. That's gonna look pucker. I only use Swan Morton as well. I mean, I do sell the other brands. I like Swan Morton. I like number 11s. They're my favourites. Right, so we're nearly there. I do appreciate the fact of the time of night it is now. It's now 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, this has been quite a mammoth job for one session. Oh, Ben, we were going to be best friends then until you said you like number 10As. You can tell a lot by a person's blade choice. I mean, like 26s, really? Mental. I don't actually have a web shop, if that makes sense. You just Google Munns, Munns of Gravesend, Gravesend, Gravesend. Although it might be a bit tricky sending stuff to Australia. You Australia? Did you say it was Australia? I can sort something out. The world's going online, isn't it? So eventually I'll have to do something. See, I only use what I sell, just purely because I can help people with that come in the shop. I can answer questions. So all the paint I use here, I try and sell at work, just so I can answer questions more confidently. But majority of this I paint for a hobby. It just happens to be that I've got an art shop, which is useful. Yeah, if Colin wants to set me up a web shop, we can talk. He knows how computer illiterate I am. Can't even spell illiterate. Right. Right, so that's all the pinstripe picked out, he thinks. Just double checking I haven't missed any bits. Now with the chrome, build it up slowly. I mean like crazy slowly. If you build it up too thick, it'll kind of melt everything, which is pretty rubbish, especially if you just spent all this time on what someone considers to be my best work of the entire lockdown, which is 3 months work. Well, these lids suffer after a while. This is now that is very watery and stinky. Mostly stinky. Very pretty though. It's all reacting in the. Right, so I reckon that 100mm, I got 11 paint jobs out of it. Each bottle has smelt slightly different, so let's see if this one is. Yep, still fucking disgusting. I could just feel it burning my throat. But it depends if you want to go to work the next day not looking like a tranny. It's pretty permanent. I would probably say 2 bottles. You've got to do it really slowly though, and really carefully. I'd have to tell you in the morning what I got it for, I don't know. Amazon's pretty fucking bang on the money though. They won't be trying to rip people off. wicked. Wow, that's really, really shiny, shiny. Whoa. Wicked. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, that's really annoying. You can't see how shiny that is. There you are, look. So you're not going to lose it in either conditions if you neon orange it. I'd go chrome. I think neon orange is a bit basic. It might suit you though. Right. So thank you very much for watching. I'm going to back the bits with black and then I'm going to peel the windows out and then I'm going to put them on Facebook. So thank you very much for watching. I'm really pleased with those. Right, so look out for some pictures in a bit. So thank you very much for watching. Let's put my flyers down somewhere. Where's the off button? Oh, there. Right, thank you very much for watching. Good night, good morning, good evening.